There's people actually watching? Wow. Wasn't expecting people to be watching. Somebody tried to type something in the chat. Spell Pierce, brutal. This is a deck I drafted before I decided to turn on the stream to try it out. You can leave again if this is awkward. Kai, are you stalking me? You might be wondering what's the combo between Memory Jar and Manifold Key. The answer is there isn't one. You wanted to watch some LSV Cube videos? Well, I've got you covered, except I'm not LSV. I've actually drafted this cube a lot, though. I wanted to learn how to draft it some because I hadn't drafted the Magic Online cube in like 5 years, and there was a ton of new cards. This is a much more interesting cube than when I stopped playing Magic Online cube years ago. I don't like that my opponent has stolen my key. Thoughts on Timeless? I tried it a little bit and I just didn't enjoy it, which is why I didn't make any videos about it. The problem, like having Orcish Bowmasters be in a format that does not lead to a format I enjoy is what I've realized. Who's winning this game? Probably not me. I guess I should shock in my Stomping Ground this turn because I'm going to jar him next turn. And I might want to be able to cast a red spell. And I might want to make a land drop. I'm not sure my deck is capable of winning. I guess my deck is still capable of winning. This is one archetype that I have not succeeded in drafting before the combo artifact deck where you try to win with Aetherflux Reservoir. Part of my, like I had the easy mode combo of, I have Mystic Forge plus Sensei's Divining Top plus Helm of Awakening, which if you get all those and you have Aetherflux Reservoir, you win. But my Mystic Forge was exiled, so I'm not going to do that this game. I think I want Currency Converter in play just because it'll almost definitely get me something when the jar hand gets discarded. Please don't have Hull Breacher. I hope that the hand that they get is really bad. It's just all cards that kill themselves. That's right, Helm of Awakening, making an appearance. Guess it's worth losing some life to do this. What do you think my opponent's thinking about? I'm countering it. Whatever it is, I'm stopping it. What do you think it's going to be? So if I can't afford to replicate this, but it would require tapping my coalition relic. I could have force of will. I think I'd rather have the possibility of having an extra mana for my next turn than play around force of will. Please have nothing. Just be playing something that will only harm you. I don't know what that would be. What cards did I defeat with the memory jar? I defeated an Esper Sentinel, Lion Sash. Oh, yuck. This is not good for me. I needed that Goblin Welder to live. There we go. The reservoir. Finally, it has arrived. It's pretty good cards. So I can do both of these things without having to tap the Ancient Tomb, thanks to the Helm of Awakening. Can they untap my... They could untap the One Ring to tempt me into drawing extra cards. It might work. I might do it. Ow. 2 cards, please. Question is, what do I want to do with this Oko? I'm going to defeat Force of Negation from their graveyard. Probably Oko's just going to make a treasure. Oh, food. Food. It's going to take a lot of spells to actually win with Aetherflux Reservoir. I have Paradoxical Outcome left in my deck, but I think it would deck me if I played it. I don't have a Time Twister effect. I could just make a giant Hangerback Walker, hope to win with it. It doesn't seem all that likely to work. Why is no one giving me advice on what to do in the chat? A true name Nemesis. That's truly a nemesis. So I can get to 19 life if I make 2 food and crack them. My deck has 17 lands in it. 1, 2, 3. I have 4 in my yard. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. So I have 5 spells left in my deck. So I would play 6 spells this turn. So that's 6 plus 5 plus 4. That doesn't seem like it's going to get to enough. Did I forget to put a way to win in my deck? Look at this Aetherflux Reservoir I'm rocking. That thing's ready to go. I could wait a turn before I try to win and get more food. That doesn't do anything, though, because they're probably going to deal more damage to me. Seems like I'm in a pickle. Do I have a Sensei's Divining Top combo? I do, but my Sensei's Divining Top is in my graveyard, and my Mystic Forge was exiled. Is there a way... I don't think there's... Oh. Maybe what I should have done is use the Sensei's Divining Top more. I think I might actually be able to win. I forgot that I could keep recasting the Sensei's Divining Top. I can also Paradoxical Outcome for 0 cards. Not bad. Does this thing shuffle? It does shuffle. Well, those cards aren't going to help me. Guess I'm going to cast them, though. I've done no math to see if I'm going to have enough life at the end of this. Oh, paradoxical outcome. Bouncing 2 artifacts would have been better than playing the Escape to the Wilds, which is going to kill me. I think I actually have enough anyway. This wasn't even actually all that close. Bang. I could have shot the Thieving Skydiver instead. So they're like a blue-white deck. Definitely not going to sideboard. My deck is too perfect. If anything, I should find a way to sideboard to make my deck less perfect. So I put 0 effort into setting up my stream. Let me know if like the mic is bad, or I guess the lighting appears fine. The camera seems fine. But if you have any complaints, just direct them to Kai. I think he might still be in the chat, and he can take care of it. You don't know what a lot of the cards do. And ask Kai. Kai will explain them. More guitar playing? I might play some guitar. I was actually thinking about moving my webcam so that it would be possible to see the guitar while I was playing it, but I didn't do that. If I don't break this up next turn, can I win? I can draw my whole deck with Forged Top, Helm of Awakening. But I don't think I have enough ways to produce mana. So I think instead I'm going to wait a turn. I'm pretty sure I can win next turn if I don't have to make a land drop to... And I can put the Academy into play when I find it. I guess the other problem is it depends on where the Aetherflux Reservoir is in my deck if I try to do that. We're going to try. It's also possible my opponent just decides to concede. So I need the Reservoir and the Tolarian Academy to be somewhere close to the top of my deck, I guess, if I'm doing this. I think they also had Force of Negation last game. Ooh, I can just put this one into play. Nice. Get out there. Another card I can just cast. Excellent. Man, I'm really starting to get land flooded here. I'm getting smarter. I realized I can just play the free artifacts off the top of my deck. I don't have to draw them into my hand first. Come back to Tolarian Academy. I want to play you. It's not looking good for the opponent. I could kill their token as well. I think I actually had plenty of damage. All right, that was fun. Did I try Tainted Pact in Timeless? I did. It wasn't very good. It had the problem of it's not particularly good against Turkish Bowmasters, and it's really bad against Blood Moon. All right, back to the game. Oh no, they're doing something to start. Inquisition? Don't take my Helmet of Awakening. Maybe they'll take Oko. I was about to say, I really was not very impressed by Reanimator in this cube, but not only am I not very impressed by Reanimator, I'm even more confused by the Hellrider that's just arrived. So I don't know how likely I am to win if I just don't die this turn and untap. Like if I find the Mystic Foundry or the Mystic Forge on the top of my deck, obviously I'm going to win, but I suppose I could just Sensei's Divining Top and see if it's in my top 3 cards. Holy cow, they're killing the construct and not the Urza? That's bold. Key Welder. I guess I want to draw the land. No, I want to draw the key. It doesn't actually matter. Am I going to start playing music again? Probably not. I maybe should just shoot the Hellrider. Oh. I think I lose. Should I have gone down to 4? Maybe. Yeah, I can't beat this. I don't think I could have beaten the Bowmasters even if the Urza had lived. Should I sideboard in this matchup, or is my deck still too perfect? Bowmasters is quite annoying. Come on, something good. Well, I've milled my Aetherflux Reservoir, which was the secret to my success. It wasn't so good. I have a Goblin Welder I can use to get it back. This might be a game I just win with Oko. Well, there's the Goblin Welder. Right on time. I don't think that key is doing much for me. I'll just have a blocker in case they have Lelia. Gonna play defensively one more turn. If this Goblin Welder dies, though, I do have to win through damage, and the ways my deck can deal damage are Kappa Cannoneer and Oko. So I'll probably have to start playing more aggressively if the Welder dies. It's time for a Hell Rider, a Rampaging Raptor. Not wild about that one. If it deals damage to an opponent, they're attacking me, right? I think I might actually use the minus ability on Oko, which is almost always a mistake, but I'm really hoping that they leave the Caryatid alive. They did. Seems like kind of a mistake from them. Oh, you can't. I can't minus on to steal the Rampaging Raptor. I forgot that there was that extra clause on this thing. The -5 ability on this card is such a trap. What do you got for me? Well, that went better. Should I have Courser of Crufix in my deck? Just have another blocker. Lose focus seems really bad on the draw. I'm going to take that out for something. I guess it could be Courser of Crufix. Probably I can afford to play an extra forest then. So if I tomb out the converter and the key, I'm still not going to be able to play the Cannoneer on turn 2 unless I draw a 0 mana artifact, which my deck does have, I think, 2. Well, it has 3 if you count Hanger Backwalker. Also, I'm about to not have Currency Converter in my hand, so this won't be a problem. I'm hoping that they do this to me, I think. Also, you really should not play with this card unless you're playing in real life. Like, if you're playing in real life and you can actually say to your opponent, it's curtains for you, when you flip the curtain, it's worth it. But otherwise, it's just too bad of a card. I mean, they might win if I never cast a spell, but wouldn't be how I would want to win. got? Yeah, that thing's a problem again. Probably gonna lose. Getting K commanded. Oh, they did damage to me even, so I'm dead. Why is this a bad card? It just costs too much for what it does. Do people actually put it in their standard decks? I've been playing a tiny bit of standard, and if you had asked me if that card was still legal in standard, I would have guessed no, but it just costs way too much for what it does. I am ready, opponent. Is this a good hand? Probably not. All right, I guess it was good enough. That was a little bit odd. I'm not going to sideboard. My opponent left the game and disconnected, so probably they've retired from Magic. So I guess we'll wait for them to time out and then I'll draft again. Does anybody know how long the timeout is when this happens? Minutes, okay. I guess it's 5 minutes after sideboarding stops, though. looks like it's going to be more than 5 minutes. Maybe it's 10. Soon we can draft again. I have not had any luck in the Arena Opens lately. I basically didn't play Lost whatever it is of Ixalan at all. How have they not timed out yet? What is going on? Maybe they... So at 1... When did this game start? Am I disconnected? Yeah. Who knows what bad stuff you can see on my screen right now. I don't even understand what happened. Whatever. Draft again. We'll never know. I was not 2-0. I was 1-1. Boring time walk. I guess my picture is covering one of the cards. There we go. I'm going to use a clever strategy and pick time walk. I don't know that I've ever done it. Are there infinite turns combos in the cube that aren't like super convoluted time twister loops? Oh, Displacer Kitten with... Okay, yeah. What should I take? I don't want to take True Name Nemesis just because it's boring. I guess I'm just going to take Force of Negation. I've drafted this cube a lot. I've never had Chrome Mox. It does not seem good to me at all. Should I start setting up for this Tamiyo combo? I think so. I think Tamiyo's going to wheel. I'm not a Brainstorm fan. Brainstorm's fine. I kind of like drafting green in this cube, which is why I picked Sylvan Carry added. guess, given that I'm going to draft like this, I need to take Courser now and just pray that I open Fast Bond. That's the way my green drafting strategy always works, is I just pray I open Fast Bond. Do I want Llanowar, Elvish Mystic, or Teferi? Teferi's so good. I guess I want Teferi. Holy cow. I was about to say I don't want any of these, but I actually like Soul Guide Lantern a lot. This seems like a pretty late Soul Guide Lantern, honestly. I'm pretty sure I first picked this card in this cube. And it's not even the worst card I first picked. I first picked Pyrite Spellbomb the other day. What's that Thoughtseize doing there? I think that if I had a choice, pick one between Thoughtseize and Soul Guide Lantern, I would take Soul Guide Lantern. Is the Soul Guide a troll? No, this card is like actually very good. It goes in every deck. It's like actively very good in the artifact decks. And it's really good against a lot of the cards in the cube. I want Seal of Removal. I guess I have to pick some lands. Which this wasn't a green-black land. Which of these white lands is better? Maybe it's this one. Can I turn off the card style on Nurturing Peatland? I'd like to try. I tried playing the Arena Cube a little bit, and one of the tilting things about it is that these cards are all terrible. It's so hard to get the card styles off of your cards now. I didn't wheel that Tameo. Is there some way that I can... I don't think there's any way to proliferate on Teferi enough times every turn that I can bounce an Eternal Witness every turn with Time Walk and Teferi. Don't think I'm going to play Helm of Awakening this time. Come on, Fast Bond. Which of these is worse? They're both so bad. Ooh, I like that guy. Last pick, Arboreal Grazer, sign me up. We need a fetch pretty badly. Yes, I agree. I need some fetch lands pretty badly. Got 2 more packs, though. I don't think I passed any of the green fetch lands. Where did you go, people? I want my fast bond. All right, fast bond. Where are you? No. I have to take stupid Mox Emerald. I guess the good news is I'm probably going to wheel Omnath. Because why would anyone pick Omnath? Let me just point out that I have an infinite combo. Valakut, Exploration, plus a bounce land. I can just make a land drop every turn. As long as my opponent's not doing anything, I could just deal 1 damage a turn to them guaranteed. Man, this draft is going slow. Oh, I got it. Fast bond. What should I take? Fast bond or pest infestation? I've really been enjoying Mike Segrest's hatred of pest infestation on Twitter. I kind of agree with him. I think pest infestation is not very good. All right, now we're on to something. I actually draft green a lot in this cube, and I think Pest Infestation is much worse than Nature's Claim and Terra Sunder. It's definitely way better than Reclamation Sage, but I just don't ever put that in my deck. I don't know what are the other green things that can destroy an artifact like that. That super expensive Nissa Planeswalker. Maybe Pest Infestation's better than that one. I don't know. Don't really need another bounce land. We're chock full of bounce lands already. I guess I'm taking Jetmir's Garden. It is in all of my colors. At some point it would be nice to get a good fetch land. Pest Infestation is in his top 10 to 15 cards in the cube, excluding power. It would be in my top 10 or 15 cards, excluding maybe 300 cards. I don't know. What does he even do with it? Do you like channel pest infestation? Being sorcery speed to me is just terrible. Ooh. Now I need to get the channel so I can channel forth the Orling glasses. Sensei's Dividing Top would be really good too. But this card is just ridiculous. And it also, once I establish my infinite mana combo, which we're still a few pieces short on that one, I'll have a way to win. What do I think of the red 2/3 mode card? I don't like any of the decks that would put it in them. That would play it like. Also, I think that sorcery speed stuff that blows up artifacts is really not that good. Probably half the time that I draft the artifact deck, which I drafted a lot, I just have a combo that just wins. Or like you're tinkering out Blightsteel Colossus or Triplicate, whatever that thing is called. Oh man, it's the Battereminup Excavator. Am I supposed to take it? What of these cards would I actually play with? Is it Curtains for my opponent? Should I splash back for the Curtains? Probably not. It's Manamorphose or this thing. I probably should take this. I didn't really start playing this cube until after all of those like the 64 player tournaments where people were really trying were over. So I don't know how accurate this is. I stopped playing with mono red or like the heavy red aggressive decks because I thought they were really bad, and I almost never play against people who are playing them. I don't know if it's because people find them boring or because people agree that they're just kind of bad. I really am going to need to get a lot of lands at some point. Hey, Reed. I stopped playing with mono red when I realized that I thought almost all the 1-mana creatures were terrible. This is not the land I wanted. Also, why is this card in the cube? The Vile... What's the name of it? Vile Smasher the Fierce. I'm so ready for the fetch lands that I haven't gotten yet. Definitely going to first pick Wooded Foothills. Can you tutor for enchantments with this thing? No, creatures, instants, and sorceries. So I can get Time Walk. I built my own Time Warp. That's nice. Do I want Upheaval? Certainly not going to put it in my main deck. There's so few decks it's actually good against. Well, we'll skip that one. Do I want the Batter Dad? I think I just want Arc Trail for the sideboard. We didn't wheel Omnath, you're right. Someone else was clearly drafting the same strategy as me. Guess I'm taking a land. We never see another fetch land this draft. Have we seen any to begin with? It's possible there were some in like the fast bond pack that I just didn't notice. Would I ever play Brain Freeze? Probably not. There's a Flooded Strand pack 2, pick 1. Okay. At least Sensei's Divining Top Wield. I used to never play with this card because it is really annoying, but there are so many good combos with it in this cube that I've started playing with it. All right, Manamorphose. We're close to a functional mana base. And I have a lot of spells. I can pick every copy of Wooded Foothills I see in the next pack. There's a Marsh Flats I didn't get as well. Okay. There is Zurin Orb. Which would be really good for my deck. There's the Eternal Witness to get back my Time Walk. I don't really have any. I could bounce it once with the Fairy. I'm going to bank on the Zurin Orb wheeling. I could Crop Rotation, build my own bad version of a fetch land. I kind of want to just take Uro and hope to wield Zurin Orb. Or is the Zurin Orb so important that I should take it? I'll take Uro. Oh, the Displacer Kitten. Does it do anything for me other than I could blink? Eternal Witness if it wields. I should probably just take Ignoble Hierarch. Also, this is another pack that doesn't have any fetch lands in it. Okay, here are some more non-fetch lands. I don't understand what kind of a deck passes this. Somebody passed this just so they could take Wooded Foothills. Obviously, those lands would be great for my deck, but the One Ring is pretty ridiculous. What kind of bargain basement fetch land is going to be left? Am I going to get Arid Mesa? I'd play it. I may be scraping the bottom of the barrel with the Sunbaked Canyon. It's like that, Nature's Claim, or Leyline Binding, or Golos to tutor for my non-existent fetch land. We'll take the Sunbaked Canyon. At this point, I might not even play Crucible of Worlds, which is disappointing. This deck looks like it's going to be pretty hard to win with. There may be some issues. All right, where's that fetch land I'm looking for? Why can I only ever get just the regular dual lands? This is outrageous. If the Zern Orb doesn't wheel, I'm retiring. This is a way to get lands into my graveyard, at least. It's also a way to recast Time Walk. It does not work with the Displacer Kitten, though. This is also a way to get lands into my graveyard. It's not a way to recast Time Walk, though. Did Omnath wheel before? It did not. Somebody took it. But nobody would take the Zern Orb. Right? Like, I already have the Ramen Excavator and the Crucible and the Fast Bond. What would anybody be planning to do with Zern Orb? Life from the Loam. That's a way to get lands into my graveyard and then take them out again. I don't think that's what I'm in the market for. I'm going to have to cut some of these excellent cards. Yes. Here's a way to get lands into my graveyard. I discard them to the memory jar. I think this is the Zern Orb pick, I think. And it wheeled. I'm saved. I think I had to take the Zern Orb over the Eternal Witness. Because it's also very good with this card. And do I want this thing? Probably. I don't think I'm going to play Crucible of Worlds with no fetch lands and no strip mine. I will play the Ramanap Excavator. And I've got 2 ways to tutor for the Excavator if I assemble Fast Bond Zern Orb. I'm not so desperate for a way to win that I'm going to have to use this as Oracle. Ooh, Nature's Claim. Nice. Probably going to want to cut a couple cards here. I think I'm going to cut Force of Negation just because I don't have that many blue cards. And probably the Grazer. All right, now this pack is going to have the Windswept Heath in it. Somebody will have added it back into the pack. That's why it's taking so long. They're figuring out how to hack Magic Online to insert a Windswept Heath into the pack. I may have been wrong about that. think this deck has the same problem that a lot of my decks have, that it's just too good. Everything's just come together perfectly. Who's the culprit who's making this take forever? TK Portugal. Can I do anything fancy with the One Ring? Or is it just you? Oh, I can bounce it with the fairy. What else could I do with it? Looks like that's it. Can I get, what's it called? Coven. Zeros, 2, a 6, 2, 2. I can also change one of my 2s into a 3 with Exalted. So that'll come up, I'm sure. How are they still? The packs are all terrible. You don't need to spend this much time looking at the cards. All right, what do we think? Do you think that this is the right mix of lands? Probably. Seemed like a lot of green. I wanted a lot of green in my deck. That's as much as I was willing to think about it. Prediction on the number of wins, 3. 3-0. I'm going to predict I'm going to go 3-0 and I'm going to lose 2 games. Now you might be wondering, which of the 3 rounds am I going to just 2-0 my opponent? And I think it's going to be the second round. Should I be playing the Orcish Lumberjack? That's a way to get lands into my graveyard, but I left only the Ramanep Excavator in my deck. I want to predict the die rolls. I'll predict the first one. We're going to tie with a 6, then tie with a 7. Then I'll roll a 13, and they'll roll a 4. Can you see my... Well, they rolled a 4, so a tiny percentage of my prediction came true. Is it a 6-sided die? Oh, I don't know if it rolls a 6-sided die. Oh. I guess, should I just do this? If I do this, my deck's, I'm not going to be able to get infinite mana later into it. I think I'm going to wait a turn or 2. I guess I can go white-blue and maybe change my mind. I can flash it back with Jace later. That's a good point. But not if I don't get this Jace into play. Ooh, point of damage. How jealous am I of their misty rainforest? Pretty jealous. Pretty jealous. As much as I love bringing back lands, I've not been very impressed by the Red and 6. It's obviously good when you get to kill one of your opponent's creatures, but outside of that, I don't think it's actually particularly good in this cube. It's just too slow. If you could activate it an infinite number of times every turn, then you'd be onto something. You're already doing that. Maybe I should have discarded the Selesnya Sanctuary instead. I was thinking I wanted to play a land out of my graveyard, but I'm slowing myself down to flip the Jace this way, which is maybe not good. Gotten that Misty Rainforest back so many times. Oh, Minsk and Boo. It's actually not going to be a problem. It's kind of rare. So what can I get with my Green Sun Zenith? I've already discarded my Titania. Now what? Nissa. Okay. So I still can't cast. The arrow by tapping that. So we want blue, green. I could uptick Jace on my own creatures if I really needed to activate Coven. So probably I'm going to play Build My Own Time Warp next turn. I've already gotten them down to 12. I don't think I've attacked yet. It's that Misty Rainforest. They've done so much damage to themselves with it. I'll bluff that I'm spending black mana. It's a bluff. Build your own time warp. Oh no, don't do anything. They're seeking the beast in response. What's the beast have to say about thing? They hit a roaming throne? And they conceded. Okay. This is like a green mirror. They had a bunch of planeswalkers. They have run in 6, so this actually does something. Yeah, probably my deck's perfect. So based on my prediction, I'm supposed to lose this game. And I am on the draw. But I'm very likely to draw Fast Bond in my opening hand because I didn't draw it last game. I hope we get a turn 1 kill. Fast Bond, Zuran Orb, Ramanap Excavator. 4th Yearling Glass and 4 lands. Wait, I only need 3 lands. Alright, I don't have any of those cards. Oh, man. Still with that thing. They're not giving up on it. I really hope this doesn't die to Ren in 6. Also, I could have done a much better job of remembering what my targets are. I know I have 1, It's threes, a 5, and a 2. I don't think I have any 4s. I don't think I have anything more expensive than my Titania. Ooh, that, like I didn't die? Well, that's nice. Should I hold the fast bond or should I play it? I don't want to play this island this turn because I might want to discard it. I think I'll just hold the fast bond. I didn't see any like wheel or time twister type cards out of them. Do they have a like a Dark Depths combo with this thing, or are they just doing some color fixing? Do I still have the best looking cap in the world? Yeah, I can wear that. I haven't worn that in a while. I'll have to adjust my camera to make sure we're... There we go. You upgraded an island to a Ketria Triome. Respect. No! That's not what I wanted to have happen. I want to see what their trick is. I thought they were going to play Black Lotus Bowmasters. Would have been a nice trick. We all know they're just going to get their Misty Rainforest back next turn. Maybe they'll get back the island. Probably not, because they'll want the Reclaimer to grow. Alright, that's probably going to be a problem this game. It was manageable last game because it died immediately and I had Teferi. This is going to be a lot harder. Or is it? Worth playing any of these? I don't think so. It'd be really nice to have found a land of a different color. I'm going to gamble here and lose. Am I getting screwed because I didn't play the fast bond? I am. I'd played it last turn, I would be time walking right now, and I would be happy. It's all right. I can recover. Probably not. What do I need to have happen? I need to draw a fetch land on my turn, which I don't have any fetch lands in my deck. I could draw Zurin Orb. Okay. This is the start of my comeback. Comeback's still happening. We're still working on the comeback plan. We're no longer on the comeback plan. Can I live? Maybe. Probably not. So I need to keep the Ramanap Excavator alive and hope that I find Zurin Orb. I already plus this, right? I don't think I even have to block. They already used both their planeswalkers, so I'm not blocking. And I know one of the 5 cards in their hand is the Misty Rainforest, because that's what their deck is. It's to return Misty Rainforest to my hand deck. That's its main theme. Are you the Zurin Orb? No. No, that puts a stop to all my plans. All right, that was the game I was supposed to lose based on my predictions, and I did lose because I didn't play Fastbond that one turn. Is this a good hand? Not really. On Jace. I think I'm going to name green blue and hope I don't draw expressive iteration. I wanted this Tameo. What the hell? Why would you ever put that in your deck? This even has trample. I've never seen this card except when it was the last pick. I've trained myself not to be able to see it when it's just in the packs. Hope I'm not getting farmed by crop rotation here. Or something that does one to everything in play. Oh, I needed to cycle in response. It's not so good. This game was already looking a little bit grim. What could I draw? I could draw my Teferi. I could draw Valakut Exploration. Those would both be very good draws. But Teferi less so now. I can flip my Jace if I want to. It just involves sacking a bunch of lands. I'm probably going to die this turn. I could have played the Zern Orb to make it less likely that I would die, but I was ready to be done. Hull Breacher is brutal sometimes. This is, I go to 1. I'm dead. All right, I was wrong on my prediction. I'm pretty sure I punted that one of the games, though. I think I punted the second game by holding Fast Bond in my hand on a turn when I should have played it. All right, perfect hand. another opponent who's just taunting me with their green fetch lands that I didn't get any of. Hopefully they don't play something annoying like Thalia to make me feel bad for playing my Mox, but against a green deck, it's kind of a disaster if I play my Mox here and they just Nature's Claim it. Well, next turn's not going to be very exciting. But my opponent doesn't know that. I guess it could be exciting if the card underneath Island is Fast Bond, but not with Narset in play. No, I should probably play my Zurin Orb. In case that they wheel next turn. Hopefully they just get something that doesn't do anything. Like Batterskull, Mana Vault. Mana Vault's probably going to do something. I can't even bring the light for the Titania because I'm not going to have all 5 colors, which my deck doesn't really make very much black mana. Are they willing to commit the Mana Vault to the board? They are. It's a Time Twister. Tinker. Hopefully it's for something terrible. I get to destroy the Rogram Triome. No. Though I guess they still get to keep their island, so it's not that great for me. I did gain 4 life, though. Just that on its own made the Zurin Orb worth it. I don't feel like I'm actually in that bad a shape, given that they have gotten Narset into play and gotten to cast Tinker. I guess it depends on what the rest of their hand is. But especially like if they attack and I get to crack back and actually kill the Narset, so my Jace starts doing something. Or I guess I can always use the Jace on their turn as well. Now I gain life when I play lands, but they get the intel of what's on top of my deck. It's not strictly better. The Sundering Titan is always going to be messing with their lands some. If Savoy Triumph right next to Tropical Island. That's unusual. I got a bluff that I'm not just getting Time Walk, but I'm really just getting Time Walk. And I'm gonna flip the Jace on my turn and just say goodbye to, I guess, Ignoble Hierarch. You think I'd have an easier time winning these games if my deck was better? Actually, I think my deck isn't that bad. Days. Sad. Will not be paying. It's been a while since you've seen a Zern Urban play. Have you seen someone sack all of their lands to just make an army of 5/3s? Because I'd be willing to do it. I think I'm just going to Time Walk to start. So if I Teferi their Sundering Titan, they really only have to lose 2 lands. And I would have to be willing to sack 2 of my lands to do that. think I'm willing to do. This also allows me to get the Narset off the board because I'll minus here. If they want to activate the Celestial Colonnade, they're going to have to do it now, and then I can plus the Jace on the Celestial Colonnade. They just chose to sack 3 lands instead of 2. Do you think that was intentional? So if Fast Bond is in my top 3 cards, I think I win this turn. If not, I don't. Gonna really shrink this crab down to size. I don't want it messing with me. So probably they're just dead. Because I'm going to feed a bunch of lands to the Zuran Orb to make 5/3 elementals if they don't do something on their turn. I guess I could play a sweeper. But the fact that I have Teferi in play makes this very safe. Am I streaming again? I'm streaming today. I don't know how often I'm going to stream. What did they? Oh, they cracked the clue on their turn instead of my turn. Okay. I wouldn't be shocked if they had balance in their hand. Would have made what they've done make a little bit of sense. I also wouldn't be shocked if they have Sundering Titan in their hand because I know they have it in their hand. They do have balance. So I definitely should sack lands just to gain life. But what creature should I keep? Oh, I just keep the Titanium and the die. Their own crab is betraying them. I don't think balance is actually a very good card in this cube, at least not in decks like what my opponent seems to have. Like if you have like a ton of artifact mana, it can be okay. Especially in games when you don't play against other people that also have a ton of artifact mana. But if your deck just is like mostly lands, it's I don't think a very good card. Should I have just sacked lands to balance to keep the tokens? Oh yeah, yes, 100% yes. Of course, you would have. I won the game at a higher life total than you would have, but you would have attacked for more damage. Balance. Not balance. So I definitely don't want to play an island there just in case they tinker. Should I just put... I guess I'll put Zern Orb in play. It was so good last game. I used it so many times to such minimal effect. Ooh. Didn't enjoy that one. Tinker. It'd actually be pretty bad for me if they just tinker up a Sundering Titan this turn, and they're doing it. They're not going to have any lands, which... that's good for me, I suppose. That was actually the thing I was probably going to Green Sun Zenith for. A feeble attack. A pointless attack. Pointless and feeble attack. So the plan is chump, go to 6, Maybe to ferry the Sundering Titan. Maybe not. Hope they don't do anything. I didn't go to 6, I went to 7. Path that thing. Okay. I think I messed up getting a plains instead of getting just another forest. I wasn't thinking about maybe I'm going to be forced to have the Sundering Titan trigger this turn. Will YouTube videos be coming back? Probably, maybe. I don't know. So if I find fast bond, the game's easy. If I don't find fast bond, I probably have to stop using the One Ring. Because the only way I have to reset the One Ring is to plus the ferry twice and then bounce it. Do I know anyone who has a drier sense of humor than me? Reed. Reed tells jokes you don't even know they're jokes. Even years later, no one realizes they were jokes all along. Okay. Their deck has a little bit of everything going on. Didn't peg them for a reanimation player. Even if I searched, if I spent one life to look to see if there was a fast bond, and I found it, I wouldn't be generating any mana. Next turn, if I have fast bond, the game will end. And I'm not really in much danger of dying because of the Zurin Orb and the Courser. Mana Vault's back. They're down to one card in hand. Oh. Okay. Attacking me, yeah. Guess I could have looked and see what was coming up first. So how do I get out of this short of fast bond? I think the answer is I don't. Does that save me? It doesn't do nothing. Okay. That does save me. Hopefully my opponent concedes. It's really not going to be that many clicks, though. All that Sundering Titan work undone. How much mana is this now? 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's probably enough. Do I usually stream on YouTube now? Yes. 100% of my streams now are happening on YouTube, this being the one and only one. A hand with no green. I like it. Oh, boring. Let's go with green, I think. No, we need red, so red, green. I just wanted to be able to play Valakut Exploration, but I was thinking, what could I draw that I would play over that? And maybe, I don't even think I would have played Time Walk over it this turn. We drawing 7? No, boring. Omnath. It was Omnath. Oh, it's Omnath, but they're going to get mana. That's kind of scary. They're getting mana on my turn. I don't like that very much. Still looking for that land. Guess this gets me the deepest. Find a blue land. It's not a blue land. Still looking for that blue land. Not a blue land. So I'm just going to clear a land off the top of my deck with Valakut Exploration. And I'll play Xerneor to make it less likely that I just die. Wonder if that was actually right for them to sack their Sakura Tribe Elder there. You would think they'd want to get a higher stage trigger on the Omnath, but maybe they didn't want to. I guess they needed... they didn't need the colored mana for Uro. I think they may have just dealt less damage than they could have. But maybe they're going to use all this mana for something else. Upheaval. Fourth Yarling Glass. What are they getting for 7? Oh, this thing? That doesn't do anything. Can I win? My turn? Probably. It's just all about where Fast Bond is in my deck. Suppose they could have a force of will, and then I would obviously lose. Oh, there's another way I could lose. If the top card of my deck is Fast Bond right now, I should not have looted like that. That was bad. I need to risk it, though. They're pretty close to just being dead. Even if I think they actually are going to die, even if I don't find Fast Bond. Because I'm going to take another turn, and then take another turn after that. And I can turn all of my lands into 5/3s. I could just turn a bunch of my lands into 5/3s right now. Yeah, they're definitely dead. Where'd they go? Disconnecting. I'm not even sure I was disconnected before. Shrink this thing down to size. I think I could have done it so that I could sack this land too, if I needed to. But I would have needed to make sure I put an island on top of my deck. So they were like an Omnath deck. Probably want Flame Slash over Soul Guide Lantern. Uh-oh. They have poor man's Fast Bond, and I didn't draw a Fast Bond. Or did I? I hope they're jealous. I don't even have that good of a Fast Bond start compared to things that my deck could do. I mean, I could get really lucky here and just have, like, Island, Forest on top of my deck and get to play Uro as well. I did not. Whoa. That seems like a low percentage play after the way the game started. So we could get Courser. That seems pretty good. Wait, does that do anything? Lets me untap all of my lands, which that's probably pretty good. The opponents just pointed out that fast bond is better than exploration. True. Just put the lands into play tapped. No. Oh wait, this doesn't allow me to untap all my lands. Why did I do this? It allows me to generate infinite triggers that don't do anything. That's not bad. All right, I got one more draft in me, but I'm going to take like a 5-minute break before that. So stick around or don't. I'm not in control of what you do. I got the 2-1, and I punted that first match, but maybe I would have gotten harder matchups anyway. I don't know. I'll draft again in like 5 minutes. Let's join the draft queue. Come on, fast bond. All right, what should I do? Should I pick? I'm either going to pick Dryad of Elysian Grove or Urza Saga. I think Urza Saga is the better card. Dryad of Elysian Groves leads to the more fun deck, though. Someone tell me what to do. I'm not going to pick Mind Twist. I like both don't think it's very fun, and I actually just don't like. There's no way it's as powerful of a card as Urza Saga. It's not really close. We already did the land pile? Yeah, I know, but it's the most fun thing. Also, if you want, I guess I only played like one match on the stream. If you went back to the start of the stream, I played an artifact deck at the start. I've drafted the artifact decks so much. I've drafted the land decks a lot as well, but I think the land decks are much more interesting to play with. Do you want Crucible, or is it time to escape to the wilds? It's probably time to escape to the wilds. If this was strip mine, I would take it. I don't know. Where's my camera? Can you? Yeah, you can see it. Man, Green Sun Zenith versus Fable. Probably it's just Fable, sadly. Green Sun Zenith is really good at assembling some of the combos. Oh, should I pick Wild Nakatl? Probably not. This thing isn't the worst card in the world. It is pretty bad, though. I guess I'll take Treachery. I don't even like having Treachery in my main deck. There's so many combos in this cube that, like, sorcery speed expensive interaction is really bad in a lot of matchups. But that said, this pack doesn't really have anything I want to play. Oh, then to show up a brawler. Got to see that guy in action by the person who beat me even. It was not impressive. Oh, Field of the Dead, and I'm doing the land deck. I'm obviously not going to take Field of the Dead and put it in my deck because I think Field of the Dead is substantially worse than just a colorless land that enters the battlefield untapped. Like in any deck, I think you'd be better off just replacing your Field of the Dead with a random land, or it could be a colored land if you wanted, or colorless. Just any land that comes into play untapped and doesn't encourage you to do horrible things to your mana base would be an improvement to me. I do kind of like Endurance. Occasionally crop rotation is good, but Soul Guide Lantern is always nice. I'm never going to play Titan of Industry. Let's not kid ourselves. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If Wastes was in the cube over Field of the Dead, I think it would make the multiple land color archetype a lot better. Also, I don't understand why you would ever put Weatherseed Treaty in your deck. I'll pass on that exciting opportunity. Come on, Fast Bond. Oh, Green Sun Zenith Wield. Nice. And then the Showboat Brawler in its natural habitat, 15th pick. Oh, stay out of my deck, please, jeez. Oh, I would have had such a good Urza Saga deck. Would have gotten the Urza as well. Well, that's sad. Or not. I'd never really considered playing with Eternal Witness before that last draft where I had the Time Walk with it. Without Time Walk, it seems quite bad. So what are my choices? Chart a Course or one of the two lands, neither of which is really a premium land. I guess I want Chart a Course. Pretty disappointing. This Delayed Blast Fireball card is kind of messed up. It's not that good in this cube because this cube isn't that much about killing small creatures. Is it a commander card? Like they didn't print this in a normal set that people drafted, right? Do you remember when I drafted only blue decks in AFR to hit Mythic? Yeah, that was good. All right. Yet again, this is a deck where I am going to play with Sensei's Divining Top, as obnoxious as it is. I hope I get a channel to go with my Sensei's Divining Top so I can channel activate the top a lot. Time Twister. I guess. I can use Endurance to put my Time Twister back in my deck and I'll never get decked. That way I'll win for sure as long as my opponent doesn't have any way to kill me in their entire deck. So I definitely need to get some more fast mana and some more lands. but we're going to pick the Courser over all that. Natural Order? Who are we kidding? I'm obviously never going to put any good Natural Order targets in my deck. I'm not actually that big of a Titania believer, even though it was good for me last draft. Channel. I don't have any of the stuff that Channel is good with yet. But I'm not going to miss Ren and 6 or Kagla, so this will be a maybe on the Channel. Channel Green Sun Zenith, get that Oracle out on turn 3. I already have top. Yeah, Channel doesn't do anything with the top. I mean, if you want to just be able to kill yourself, you can do that. What I need is if I can get the Candelabra and I can get out the Dryad of Elysian Groves and then channel, I can channel to use the Candelabra to untap all my lands to filter the colorless lands from channel into colored. I'm probably not going to play with channel. In order to wind up with a good deck for channel, I would both need to get like Emrakul type cards, and I would probably also want to get either Through the Breach or Sneak Attack. And I'm just missing so many pieces for that to actually come together. Is this a contest to come up with the worst way to use channel? No, I've already solved the worst way to use channel. Turn 2 channel, put Book of Wrath into play, activate it 3 times past the turn. You'll have to look up what Book of Wrath does, but once you do, you'll know. I don't hate having Questing Beast in my deck, especially when I'm going to have Green Sun Zenith. Tropical Island is still in the pack. That's frightening. I don't know how to react to it. Why does nobody want a Tropical Island? I actually kind of like this thing. It's not the best card in the world, but it makes my deck sometimes. I could channel out Torsten, founder of Benalia. I don't know. That guy is actually kind of cool to Through the Breach, at least. Maybe I'll get it Through the Breach. Natural Order. I could Natural Order out Torsten, founder of Benalia. These are not the cards I was hoping for. I think I was hoping for Fast Bond. This pack's going to have all the cards I wanted in it. Or is it? This pack also has a distinct lack of cards that I want. I kind of like Terra Sunder, but not so much when I don't have like a decent amount of incidental black mana, which I don't have. You take Seasoned Pyromancer. It's a double red card. That doesn't sound all that appealing. I think I have enough mana, guys, so I'm not going to take Wall of Roots. I guess I'm just taking Zeator's Proving Ground. Because it makes my Windswept Heath make red mana. This is a disappointing start to the third pack. Omnath. Am I the kind of person that would play with Omnath? It is good. I do have Oracle and Dryad of Elysian Grove. Don't have white mana. Well, what would I take instead? Taiga? Taiga would be good, but I guess I'll take Omnath. I can play a Plains, and I'll have white from Sylvan Caryatid. Want Birds of Paradise or Valakut Exploration? I should probably take Birds of Paradise. There's a reasonable chance Valakut Exploration wheels. Alright, giving up on Channel. Oh, another mana elf that helps me cast Omnath. Could channel out Coveted Jewel. No love for Raphaelis. I don't think Raphaelis is a playable card. I don't think you want to draft your deck so it's heavy enough green that you actually, are reliably tapping Raphaelis for 3 when it lives. I just don't think that's a good way to build a deck. So I basically never pick Raphaelis. Every once in a while it winds up in my pile and I decide I actually have enough green mana to play with it, but I think it's generally bad. Do I need a big fatty? Probably, actually. The other choice is Manamorphose. I don't think I would play with this Sentinel. This card is so messed up when it's good, and kind of bad when it's not, but I think I'll take it. How many? So I do sort of want one more spell. It could be Once Upon a Time, or it could be Leyline Binding. I think I'll just stick Once Upon a Time. So now I really just want lands. And maybe an upgrade for... I think I could upgrade one of these Elvish Mystics to the Avacyn's Pilgrim that was in a pack. Another fetch land would be great, but I'm going to guess I'm not going to get one. Maybe if, like, the Marsh Flats just randomly, and I don't know how many. Okay, I'm not going to get a fetch land. There's no more new packs left. The Taiga is still here. I was going to be happy with Avacyn's Pilgrim, but I guess I should take Taiga. And the Raphaelis is still here, but probably isn't playable in my deck. These cards aren't the worst, but I'm not going to play with them. I do like Manamorphose. I probably should play with that one. Probably over Nature's Claim. All right, I've done it. I've drafted another pile of landfall triggers. The Valakut Exploration didn't wheel. That's kind of disappointing. Although, when you don't have fast bond. It's not that exciting. I do have Oracle and Dried of Elysian Groves, which it's pretty good with. So that's kind of sad. I'm going to activate the top in my upkeep, and I'm going to find a mana elf. Actually, maybe... I think I'll just draw for turn. And then I'll activate. And find a mana elf. Ragavan. That's not very much fun. It's a little bit dangerous if I flip the top here, because I would be giving them a top. I'm going to let them take the Escape the Wilds. What do I think of that deck on a 1 to 10 scale? This deck? I don't know. I think it's 6, maybe. 7, something like that. It's not as, like, the green decks really have to have fast bonds to be good, but... or to be really good, but I don't think this is a bad deck. Oh, I messed up. I should have drawn the Endurance. Please have nothing. All right, that went okay. We have a Mardu gamer. I hope they don't necromancy their trumpeting Carnosaur. They're probably playing some sort of reanimator deck as opposed to like Mardu nonsense. I guess if they have necromancy, I do have the Soul Guide Lantern, so that's really not actually a problem. It would be a problem for me if I F6 through the turn, though, and they got to put the Carnosaur in play. So I'm going to hope that doesn't happen. guess I want to leave the Lantern in play against the black deck, at least for a while. This will make it so that I can play either Jace or Inferno Titan next turn, depending on how things go. I bet their hand is Necromancy, Reanimate, Life Death, Recurring Nightmare. I was wrong. They had Chart a Course. Which, where did that come from? I feel justified not guessing that they had Chart a Course because who would put Chart a Course in a deck with these lands? I mean, I basically have, but who else would do it? I'm going to feel... I guess I'm not going to feel that bad if they go for the Throat this and then reanimate it because I'll just bounce it back to my hand with Jace. All right, Stuff Out. That's not a card I guess that they would have in their hand. Not doing so good on the guessing. It's the worst that can happen here. They have Bowmaster, which they would have had to have drawn it just this turn, so I'll draw. I've done it. I'm empty-handed. They said it couldn't be done, but I played all the cards from my hand. Now, what are you killing? Did this person really just fill the deck up with terrors? Is their deck really just terrors? It's really lucky for me that when I play the Endurance on turn 3, they didn't have one of their kill a creature cards. Is this an end of turn Necromancy on the Carnosaur? I think I would go after their graveyard if they did that. It's Colligan's Command, okay. Definitely go after your graveyard now, but this is like a pretty strong sign that this is a person who wants to be reanimating things. So hopefully they don't go like Entomb, reanimate something that gets the Jace off the board. I don't remember if I put the Green Sun Zenith or the Questing Beast on top. I think I made it so I'm drawing the Questing Beast, which when I did that, I forgot that I had Omnath in my deck, which I think I would prefer to get Omnath. I probably have enough mana. I can afford to just change my mind. Okay. I think I'm actually just going to crack the Windswept Heath and just take a random card over those. And I think I'll just take the random card rather than look. I could have, I guess if I'd hit a land, I could have played the land and topped and maybe found, I don't know, Oracle of Moldiah. Please don't play Grave Titan. I could go for a juicy Escape to the Wilds on top of my deck. Hardcast Oliphant. Now I know to be afraid. Would I have white in my deck? Is it just for Omnath? I think so. I'm going to get as deep as I can before I use the top. I think it doesn't matter what I'm doing with that. I'm the Monarch. So I think my plan is to actually try to hold the Monarch, and I'm going to jump the Fury with the Birds of Paradise. Does this thing give Trample? Oh, it does. Okay. So I'm going to be taking damage. Never mind. We're not chumping. I think I died a lightning bolt. I don't died a single removal spell. This isn't great, though. This was not a great scenario for the Court of Garenbrig. I don't remember what card is under the courser, but it's not a land, which that is bad for me. I think that means I'm just dead. This Turok was brutal. Yeah. Thought I was going to win that one. But the Oliphant giving trample, it did me in. That and discarding my top. All right. Do you think this is a treachery kind of matchup? Probably over the Court of Garenbrig. I want to maximize my chances of playing Courser. Or do I want to play Rite of Elysian Groves first? I think I want to play this one first. I think they had Dismember in their deck, and I definitely want the Courser to live. This also means that if I top deck a land, I can just play Jace. That's going to be better. Come on, land. I have another land drop, so I can play this elf and be ready to play Inferno Titan next turn. Suppose they could have, if they have K command, it would be kind of miserable. I don't know if there was a way that I could have played around that, though. That's not K command. I think I'm far enough ahead that I'm probably not going to want to cast Time Twister. So I'll have that one in my hand in case they do something to make me discard. And I will have the bats in my hand, or not the bat, the courser as well. So if I attack with the Inferno Titan, I have to shoot something with it. I guess it could shoot itself. Or if I needed to kill my own Jace. If I was in a desperate spot where I needed to kill my own Jace, I could do that. Is it possible I want a Time Twister this turn? Not sure. Oh. Does this kill them? So it doesn't... The Inferno Titan still can't shoot them, right? This is protection from everything, right? I don't know if this is lethal, but it's a lot. Can I shoot them? Nope. I'm going to weaken my Inferno Titan. And we'll do one to the Dryad of the Elysian Groves just to mix it up a little. So this is 12. I can put them to 1. Let's do it. Oh. For some reason I was like, I just won't attack with this Elvish Mystic, and I'll see if I'm wrong about the Inferno Titan being able to shoot them, and then it won't be a big deal. I can just Fire Breathe with the Inferno Titan, but obviously this does not tap for any color of mana, so I missed a point of damage, meaning that they're going to go to 3 and then 2. You played Questing Beast in Modern to get around the ring. Yes, but did you have Inferno Titan in your deck? Oh man, I should have been more careful about how I dealt Inferno Titan damage. Wow. Should have done one to the Questing Beast. Oh, I guess if I had done damage to... They could always just kill the Questing Beast with the Pyrokinesis, so... That might have been better for them, honestly. I don't know. Scoreboard. And I knew they had Fury in their deck, so I could have thought about that and played around Fury. I think Pyrokinesis is... I don't understand how can you put Pyrokinesis in your deck when Fury is also in the cube and like feel good about yourself? I guess there's other examples of cards that are like that, but Pyrokinesis is not a very good card in this cube. Oh, good. It's not the Ragavan. You think you had boarded in against my deck? Do you think it's actually good against my deck? It doesn't seem particularly good to me, honestly. Like, occasionally you'll get 2 mana guys, but I think most of the time you're just going to be 2-for-1ing yourself to get like a Courser off the board, which that doesn't sound that exciting to me. We're off to a slightly slow start here. I guess if they have stuff like the One Ring in their deck, yeah, it's having just a free way to kill a 3-drop is worth it. I don't know how much card drawing they have. Like they did have Charted Course, which they're about to play, which I think I'd have to be disconnected during the draft to wind up with the combination of cards my opponent has. That said, I feel like I'm probably going to lose this game. Like, this person just has a really bizarre amount of 1-for-1 removal. Oh no, they're going to steal something from me. I don't like that. Don't steal any of my good cards. I might need them. They stole a Sunbaked Canyon. And I got a treasure. They can play this thing next turn if they want to. Well, that's going to be a problem. If you're wondering why it's going to be a problem, it's because it's a gigantic double striking creature. Which is not to my advantage. Can I even afford to trade with the Llanowar Elves? If I trade, it gives them another card in their graveyard for the Grim Lavamancer. No, I think I can afford to trade with the Grim Lavamancer. How can I get out of this? Maybe I, like, on my turn I Manamorphose and find Treachery and a land. I guess it's better to just take one, and then all I really need to do is draw Treachery. Excellent. Jason Mind Sculptor, incredible answer to Fury. perfect in every regard. That's not the card I was hoping to draw on my turn. I guess it's a decent chance that that's the card they steal with Robert of the Rich, which that's also pretty bad for me. That's a common thing that people do where like there's no reason not to just untap, see what you draw for the turn. But they didn't want to. So they did steal my escape to the wilds, which probably means I can't win. But it also means that I do have a slightly higher chance of drawing treachery on my turn. Maybe they'll deck themselves with escape to the wilds. It's unclear how that would happen, but maybe it will. The hit. Oliphant and Grief. It's not actually that bad for me. I feel like now I'm really in a prime position to take over. Not even sure there's anything I can find now. Endurance. Need to put 2 of these back. I want to put, I could put this on the bottom of my deck. You think they should buff the pitch elementals? I'd be all for it. That kills me, right? Signs point to I'm dead. It would even kill me if I was at 4 life. That was only the first match? Brutal. No green hand. I don't like it. Or do I? Yeah, I think I should mull this on the play. All right, a green mana hand. Do you think they have a turn 1 kill? And I'm going to beat them with endurance? Probably not. I would guess that if they have a turn 1 kill, it wouldn't start with a tapped Haunted Ridge. That's not an optimal first land for a turn 1 kill. Another red-black deck. Now what? This is not a popular archetype to have to play against. Just red-black killed your creatures. Do I want my Delighted Halfling in my deck? Not really. I'm going to dare them to find a way to kill the Sylvan Caryatid. There are ways they can do it, because I'm going to trade Endurance with the Flame Tongue Kavu. So if they have Liliana or Sheoldred's Edict, they will be able to kill it. Hope they don't have Embercleave. It would be an improbable start to a game, but they could have had it. I'm going to play for max upside here that there's a forest on top. There wasn't a forest on top, so I can't play my Elder's Mystic. So I'm forced to be sad now. Come on, no Inferno Titan, Grave Titan. Okay. I'm feeling good about this. It could have been a lot worse. A lot worse. think I should Time Twister. But I do think I should remove Through the Breach from their deck before I do that. I hope their hand's all land. I could win if their hand's all land. Could definitely beat all land. Through the Breach is pretty scary. I don't have any of the cards that are good against it this time. The cards that are good against it being stuff like Seal of Removal, which that might actually be in my sideboard. I don't have Caracas. Okay. We're starting off with things I can handle. Moving on to... That's not really actually... Well, oh, are they storming? Okay, if they're... No? What are they doing? They made a Gristlebrand. That's kind of... That's not that good for me. Guess I'm going to leave the top in play. Not feeling all that likely to win when they're getting on tap with Gristlebrand in play and they're at 25 life, but, you know, maybe something good can happen. Maybe they'll deck themselves. They don't have enough life to do that. They will have enough life to do that after they attack me, though. I found lethal. It's attack, activate, Gristlebrand 3 times. I see the line. The only question is, can the opponent find it? A little bit of land destruction, not bad. It's hard to imagine them actually having nothing, but if they do actually have nothing, I am representing like a pretty substantial counterattack. So maybe they have to be a little careful. Although, even if they just like find their worm coil engine and cast it, it seems almost impossible for me to win. So I gotta be dead. Unless they see the line and deck themselves. Will I play some Arena later? Not later today. I'm gonna finish this draft deck, which is gonna be this match and one more match after that, and then I'm gonna be done. I might stream some Arena Cube, maybe on like Sunday. When's the new set come out on Arena? I was going to try playing a little bit of Arena again when it came out. Okay, they're playing Ancient Tomb, which is probably a bad sign. It probably means that they found a line where they actually need that 1 extra mana. The 6th is the Arena release. Wow, it's that far in the future. Thought it was getting closer. Okay. I'm having less confidence in whatever my opponent's plan is now that they've started playing Seething Song and then activating Gristlebrand. We're seeing indications of a not fully developed plan. Having said that, it still seems impossible to win. They have a lot of rituals. Okay. No issues with them playing Rankle. That's fine. That one, I'm not so happy to see. Is it going to kill probably my Oracle and a bird? No, it's just dealing damage to me. Okay, I'm dead on board. Assuming they risk it and attack me. Did I pick Seal of Removal? I did not. Scavenging Ooze. I didn't actually see any reanimation cards. It seems like they would probably have them in their deck. I'm just going to play Treachery again over Court of Garen Brig. This is scary. It's no longer scary. It'd be interesting to see what I'm supposed to play next turn. I think it's Omnath here. So I get to untap with the Omnath. It's really good for me. And at least one of their ways to kill it was Flame Tongue Kavu, which they won't be able to play this turn. They could Dark Ritual Flame Tongue Kavu here. Or land Cabal Ritual Flame Tongue Kavu. Both of those would make me sad. Come on, opponent. Faithless Looting, discarding 2 more lands. What's the plan? Faithless Looting, discarding Flame Tongue Kavu. Do people regard reanimation as a good strategy in this cube? It hasn't impressed me particularly. Is it Dark Ritual Flame Tongue Kavu? It's looking like it. That's what it is. Nope. Is it Inferno Titan? It's Gristlebrand. No, it's Sundering Titan. Ugh, gross. Yeah, that's no good. I'm probably going to win, but that is kind of gross. Assuming that like they're not going to turn around and start and continue to play a bunch more spells. Like if the Omnath lives, I'm definitely going to beat the Sundering Titan. So they invested 5 cards to blow up 3 of my lands, and they got a 7/10. going to be playing a counterable questing beast. That's no good. Why did they shoot their mountain? I think they got concerned or confused by the Sundering Titan user interface. It actually happens a lot. Recurring nightmare with nothing in the yard. Yeah, that's not going to save you, opponent. I did manage to get a fetch land this time, and I'm very proud of it. Some mistakes were made in how I tapped, but it was good enough. Guess I'm just going to stick with what I got. I got a fetch land this time, but I don't have any of the things that recurred from the graveyard. I just have an Omnath, and it fixes my mana. And it shuffles my deck, which I've got reasons that I want to shuffle my deck. So it is very good, but it's not like last time when I had a great deck for fetch lands. I shouldn't F6 with an endurance in my hand. Although I'd be so sad if I had to pitch my Sylvan Caryatid for endurance. It would make me unhappy. $7 million rituals to put Crystal Brand into play. No. Definitely want to leave 2 green cards in my hand. Well, green card plus endurance. I think I want to have Green Sun Zenith protected from discard. Opponent not off to a fast start. Guess I'm getting Oracle here instead of Omnath. I don't think it makes much sense to get Questing Beast. It's just too likely to die before it really does much of anything. Oh no! I meant to keep one of those elves in my hand. Whoops. Yikes. Oh, that was lucky. Don't don't think I want a Time Twister. Do I want to escape to the wilds or just play Inferno Titan? Maybe I should escape to the wilds, and I'd feel a lot safer if I found what's it called? Soul Guide Lantern. To make sure that I no longer have how many land drops did I have there? Feels like I played a lot of lands this turn. I like it. And I successfully got Escape to the Wilds exiled from my deck. So if that was my goal, I've achieved it. Pretty impressive showing by my deck this game. Beating someone who doesn't do anything. Haven't even won yet. Pretty unclear what it is they're even hoping to accomplish at this point. I don't have any more land drops left. It's not reasonable. On further reflection, it seems pretty likely that I should have plussed Jace on my opponent this turn. Just to make it harder for them to actually do anything, because I didn't really need to do more to develop my board than just make Inferno Titan. Did I even activate Jace that turn? I think I started by activating it to set up the Oracle. I'm sure I played that game perfectly because it was such a just crushing victory. I defeated everything that my opponent was able to throw at me. That being a recurring nightmare that sat in play and never did anything. Guess we don't want Time Twister. I've had to mulligan a lot with this deck. I do not like that. Even though I play the Proving Ground, I can't play the Omnath next turn. Because I have 2 green mana in play already. Which means I'm going to be delayed even another turn because I didn't put the Proving Ground into play, but thought it was better to just spend more mana this turn. Hope to find something good to do next turn. Like a Courser of Crufix. Oh, I like it that my opponent doesn't attack me. It's kind of crazy of them not to attack. There's no way I was going to block with a Elvish Mystic on their Grim Lavamancer when they had no cards in their graveyard and it was the second turn. Okay. It's a little unpleasant. I think Endurance is my top card right now, which will be quite nice. So they can't possibly let me have Omnath, I don't think. This isn't suspicious at all that I'm holding the Zeotor's Proving Ground. I'm definitely just fully committed to cycling it. That's why I didn't play it this turn, opponent. There's no other reason to be suspicious. None whatsoever. None at all, even. I'd also like to point out for all the Soul Guide Lantern haters, I exiled half a card. Or half a Grim Lavamancer activation was defeated. Oh, is this one Gut finally springs into action? Gut's a little scary. Especially Gut plus the, what's the name of this card? Third Path Iconoclast. They could have days, and they do have days, and so now I probably lose. That was unfortunate. This is too much damage for any one person to take. Looking forward to playing Arc Trail and Flame Slash. Probably don't need the Soul Guide Lantern, even though it did save me half of a Grim Lavamancer activation. And that was almost key. It's almost... Man, this is... Court of Garenbrig has wound up not being very good in the matchups I've gotten. It's really good when you play against people that don't attack you. I did just board in 2 red cards. My mana, yeah, it seems fine. Against Mountain. I think I'm going to want to cast Questing Beast on my turn. So I probably discard the top. We'll see, though. Inti. I don't even have to worry about playing Arc Trail this turn to get the Inti off the board because they both don't have a particularly good attack, and I also can Flame Slash it. And they just traded. Okay, that's fine. I hope Storm's Wrath isn't in this cube, because I'm going to play all of my creatures. I also know for a fact it's not. I don't think there's any red cards they could have that would sweep everything, including the Questing Beast. They could definitely have Delayed Blast Fireball and kill all my small guys. And that would make me somewhat sad, but not that sad. How likely are they to die? If I Flame Slash a blocker and Arc Trail their face, they go to 9. And I attack for 8, so it's not looking like they're going to die. Fiery Confluence. Okay. It's kind of rude. Good luck and goodbye. Goodbye as well. You're going to watch my draft later? Okay. It was a draft. I saw some cards and I took them. So I could get Sylvan Caryatid, but I think I'm going to save this and just get Courser next turn if they don't just die. I hope they die. They didn't. They didn't at all. They have a lot of cards left in their hand. It's kind of scary. Come on, no Hull Breacher. I was worried they had Daze, which is why I didn't just Grand Sun Zenith for Courser. Also, once I played the Manamorphose and I drew the blue card, if I don't play the Chart of Course right away, like I may not have access to blue mana later. They did have Daze. That could be a problem. Come on, whiff. They got Ancestral Recall. Well, maybe they'll use it to force me to draw 3 cards. They did not. They could have used it to force me to draw 3 cards, and then the Robber of the Rich would have triggered. I feel like that might have been a misstep by the opponent. Questing Beast is in the graveyard, right? Is there something better I could have gotten? I guess I could have gotten Omnath. That might have been better. I hope this Inferno Titan kills them. Is it all a bluff, or do they have a counter? They had mana drain. Yikes. This isn't looking good. Probably I'm not going to die this turn, though. If they had Hellrider, I would die. Didn't spend any of the mana, and they discarded Rampaging Ferocidon. Okay. I might be worried about whether or not to counter this, just because if I had like Firebolt or Lightning Bolt, they might feel bad if they countered it. Spoiler, if you look at the cards in my hand, I don't have any of those cards in my hand. Okay. I think they've decided they're going to mana drain it. That was a sad showing. 1-2. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching. I'm going to stop here. If you haven't already, you should follow me on YouTube. I don't know if I'm not going to have a super regular streaming schedule, but I might start doing it, I don't know, once a week or something. Also, there's tons of YouTube videos to watch, which I haven't posted any in like a month or so, but some of them are still maybe interesting, and I'll probably post some more. Anyway, thanks for watching. See you next time.